Sure, the breaks will come.
28.
A little bit protracted at the moment, but I'm sure both players, once into their stride, will be due some big breaks. It's fascinating.
$34. Judd Trump, 34 and a full.
So, breaks of 49 and then a clinching 34. Judd Trump, after being 1-0 down, leads that man, Mark Williams, 2-1. Welcome back to the stunning skyline of Riyadh, the capital of Saudi Arabia. It's the ancient capital of this kingdom, and now it could hardly be more modern. Some of the buildings here are architectural gems. Get the feeling this final will be. It's a slow burner so far, the first 3 frames, nothing of great spectacle, but you know it will improve.
One.
I'll tell you what, Judd Trump does not lack incentives chasing history, as we've already discussed before the final began. Looking for his 29th ranking title, which would place him 4th on the all-time list already. Currently in a tie with Steve Davis with 28 ranking titles. Only John Higgins, Stephen Hendry and Ronnie O'Sullivan have snared more. That, by the way, that list was in ascending order.
Yeah, it's an incredible feat already, and he's still relatively a young man. 15 years junior of his opponent today. The way he's gone, Phil, he could bag, well, could be another 28 or 29 ranking titles. This one he would love as much as any. That was miscalculated, completely missed the red. Now, has he left anything? Has he been fortunate? There is a red. The bottom red, just left of the black spot, will pot for sure. Could have been easier.
Mark Williams 1.
Well, Williams is convinced that was in.
That's quite incredible because he was walking around to play his next shot. So the minute he hit it, I thought that was in. We saw red in an earlier frame where
One.
it may have drifted off into the right centre pocket. Could have happened there. That wasn't the best shot from Judd Trump. He's hoping to avoid the reds and maybe get back up for that yellow over the middle, but no. Well, could be just a safety shot here.
Brown ball. Judd Trump 1.
Don't very often see that at this level. The first 3 reds of a frame potted without a colour.
On the left or on the right? The back red? Yeah. Thank you.
No contact made with any intervening balls, but the white has stopped short of the baulk line. And you don't want to get into a situation where Trump's got his hand on the table.
Yeah, once again, we saw in the previous frame, you know, once he gets his hand on the table, he's just so confident knocking those long balls in. Gets a very high percentage of them. Now, does this red pass the black into the centre pocket? He's hoping it does. Be straightforward. If not, maybe a plant is there in the middle of that bunch into this left-hand corner pocket. He's looking at the 2 reds. They look like they're in a line. Can be easily made. Yeah, it looks pretty good. No problem at all.
4.
So everything nicely in the open for Judd Trump here. Can he win a frame with 1 visit? It's the only thing that's sort of been lacking so far. It's been, as I said, a bit scrappy. Mark Williams, a couple of safety shots. He didn't get down to the ball cushion. And of course that missed ping from Mark Williams in the second frame. That would have given him a 2-0 lead. That's going to hurt.
This is definitely the best chance to score heavily
18.
that Trump's had.
19.
And normally he would fully exploit this, but these are not normal circumstances because of what's up for grabs.
$26.
Blue.
$35.
Yeah, nicely played. Nice weight of cue ball. I think the pink.
Sure.
I think the pink does pot into this bottom right corner pocket, so he could play on it now because he's going to need a little
40.
cannon maybe on There's a couple of reds just below the pink.
$41.
And that looks just about perfect. So this one shot, if he plays it right, it will open a couple of reds into the same pocket as the pink and should be plain sailing. Well, doesn't have anything into the right corner, but he's managed to knock one
47.
onto the left corner.
Judd Trump 3 pots away from a 3-1 lead.
Thank you. $48.
Not rushing, making absolutely sure. But will the frame ball red prove
53.
tantalizingly elusive? 54 in front, but 59 remain on the table.
Yeah, that was the important red. Nicely played. Quick glance at the score. 55 in front, 51 just remaining. Yeah, wiped his feet, but happily in
60.
for Judd Trump. He still has the possibility, of course. He's on 997 centuries. Love to make 1,000 before the end of this final. It's going to be very difficult with the situation at the table now, but he'll keep going for sure.
66. Judd Trump 66 and the frame.
No century this time, but a break of 66. The highest of the final to date. And Judd Trump, after losing the first frame, wins the next 3. Very early stages, but Trump looks the stronger.
Welcome back to Riyadh for the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. It is the finals day, and after 4 frames, it is Judd Trump who leads in the mid-session interval 3 frames to 1. No fireworks as of yet, but Ken, simmering nicely.
Simmering nicely, yeah. I think Mark Williams will be very, very disappointed in that interval because, you know, he won the first frame, had that pink into the centre for a 2-0 lead, let his opponent off the hook, basically, and was controlling those opening exchanges. Judd Trump didn't look settled at all, but it's amazing that 1 frame. We always talk about it. You know, you don't really settle into any match, even the best of 19, until you get that first frame on the board. He duly did, and then sort of progressively got better. But no fireworks, as you say, just yet.
What's really remarkable, Steve, was after that second frame, as Ken's talking about, both the lads, Judd and Mark, walked to the toilet, and Mark was chatting to him going, yeah, big opportunity missed for me, that, mate. As though nothing's happening at all. Mark Williams never fails to deliver.
Yeah, but he wouldn't have been joking.
Exactly.
It was a big opportunity missed. You know, that pink... In a long format match like this, it's very easy to almost forget these moments very early on, but come the end of tonight, that could play a huge part. You know, if he goes 2-0 there with the chance to extend his lead going into the interval possibly, all of a sudden he's 3-1 down and he probably feels like he's bang up against it. The margins are so tight in top level sport, particularly when 2 players are playing like this. As Ken said, there's not been fireworks yet, but it's building up to that, and you know, that could be a massive, massive frame.
Weirdly, 3-1 to Judd Trump in the final, mid-session interval. 3-1 against Neil Robertson, same story. 3-1 against Sean Murphy. He loves that scoreline.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, normally he starts very, very quickly on the front foot. There was some good positives there. I mean, some of the long balls he knocked in are really good, you know, under pressure. And, yeah, he'd be just so relieved getting that second frame on because he looked edgy. You know, he missed the red down the rail. It's just the nature of how that frame unfolded as well. So he sort of used his got-out-jail card and used it wisely. And, yeah, he'll be absolutely delighted to have the 3-1 interval lead.
Well, we talk about the temperament of Mark Williams. That in no small part comes down to the fact that he is Welsh. Such strong strength and depth in the Welsh players, and a particular style that many of them have. And that really originated with a very special man who sadly passed away 7 weeks ago. I'm talking about the inimitable Ray Reardon.
As snooker boomed, Ray Reardon quickly became one of the game's central figures. Born in Tredegar, Wales, at the age of 14, Ray followed his father down the mines until an accident reshaped his life.
You're buried. You're under about 4 or 5 tons of rubble. You open your mouth to breathe and all the particles of dust goes into your mouth and you think, oh, I mustn't do that. And I survived. So I said, I don't think I'm worried about a game of snooker. There's other things in life, you know. It's not the end of the world, it's a game of snooker.
He's not only one of the greatest snooker players we've had, he's one of the greatest Welsh sports people we've ever had. And for me, he doesn't get enough recognition for that. You know, if he was a rugby player, probably have statues everywhere in Cardiff or Tredegar where he's from.
Reardon never returned to mining. He became a police officer, all the while dreaming of turning his incredible skill and passion for snooker into a profession. Winning the first ever Pod Black opened the doors to a decade of domination in the 70s for the player affectionately known as Dracula.
I don't think you had to meet him to know what type of man he was. He had that presence when he walked into a room. He commanded the room. An absolute gentleman, you know, one of those old school gents that, you know, frankly, there aren't enough of these days.
One of the players, if I had to pick who I could go back and play at their peak, it'd be him, I think. He always just seemed like he was having fun all the time, you know, always laughing. It's not like that these days, you know. I'm
going to sell myself to the public just by doing various things, whether I twaddle my ear or pinch my nose, or I'm doing it to attract attention. I mean, this is free. Sell yourself. I mean, you've got to pay a lot of money to get on television. I can do it for nothing.
Obviously one of the greats of the game. I think he was someone that really put snooker on the map, especially in Wales as well, and I think everyone will miss him.
Arguably the world's finest snooker player, Ray Reardon.
By now, Reardon was a household name. In 1978, he conquered the Crucible, capturing a 6th world title. 4 years later, only the brilliance of a hurricane could deny him a 7th. Reardon retired in 1991, but his wisdom was transferred to a new generation.
A lot of the stuff that he taught me, I've sort of retained probably 50–60% of it. You know, it's stuff like that I just couldn't, it will never ever leave me. Some of the safety and the defensive play and the shots and how to play them, he blew my mind away.
When we met up, it was fantastic. Put his hand out to me to shake hands, and I disregarded his hand, and I just gave him a hug like this. and that's how the relationship went.
A wonderful man, and someone who was, you know, very famously paired with Ronnie and helped Ronnie. Less famously helped me as well, and I shared a lot of very special, you know, personal moments with Ray. We liked a game of golf. It was great just to spend time playing snooker with him.
You know, for me, he's up there with any sportsman of Wales has ever had.
He was a legend.
People like Ray that started to get the game more popular in the 70s, and I think he inspired loads of people. He's one of the reasons, along with Alex Higgins and people like that, is where the game is so popular and where we are now.
Somebody once said snooker was a sign of a misspent youth. Well, all I can say to those people are, I wish I'd started earlier. It's been a great trip. I loved every moment. I'd love to do it again.
A really fitting tribute to an incredibly special man, and everyone involved in this tournament, the Ministry of Sport, WST, the whole snooker community wanted to pay tribute, and that was fantastic there. Steve, I think the word really is legend.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and you know, he's done so much for the game, didn't he? It's easy for the younger generations and even my own generation to just forget how impactful he was on the game of snooker. You know, we've got so much to thank people like Ray for. So much they gave to the game. Obviously, Ken was from that generation as well. So, you know, brilliant ambassador for the sport, but an icon.
An absolute. Did you ever play him?
I never played him. No, he just retired the year after I turned pro. But I met him, of course, when he came to the Irish Masters. I watched him when I first watched Pop Black. It was him against Alex Higgins, and my father was always a big Ray Reardon fan. And then to meet him at the Irish Masters when I was working there as an usher. And then to meet him up in Blackpool when we were qualifying, you know, and he was always there, always lending a hand, lending an ear, giving a little bit insightful sort of ideas to the players and a bit of knowledge. You know, he was such a character, what an ambassador for the sport, and he held his head high with such grace, you know, and humility, and he will be definitely missed. He was president of his golf club. He played golf as well as he played snooker, and he still made a century break when he was 91.
Exactly right. You know? Yeah.
On a tight table.
Yeah, on a tight table. One of the funniest things he said was, "Ray, you've played snooker and golf for 50 years. What's the difference between the two games?" Well, he says, in snooker, in all the years I've been playing, I've never lost a ball.
Well said. You know what? When it comes to sport, especially the greats, often when you meet them in real life, a lot of people say you shouldn't meet your heroes. Yeah. I think Ray's one of those exceptions. Every single person who meets him says, that man, pure class. He will definitely be missed. And thank you very much, Ray. Well, lads, in terms of the final, I'm sure Ray, if it will be very much looking down on himself, especially with Mark Williams being involved. Mark does have somewhat of a comeback he needs to do. How important will the next couple of frames be?
They will be massive for Mark. You know, Judd will be looking to do as much damage as possible in these next 4 frames to give himself a cushion going into the evening session. I think Mark has to win at least 2 of the next 4 frames, you know, possibly 3 to keep his hopes alive, mainly because Judd is such a good front runner, and the fact that he is in this little spell of just winning everything, basically. If Mark lets him get too far ahead, Judd may feel like it's over and that he's just going to roll over the line.
But something tells us if this tournament has taught us anything, it's expect the unexpected, and it can and will go all the way to the wire. It's our first best of 19 frames. It's our first ever final of this inaugural tournament, the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. This is the battle on the base. The two best left-handed players in the history of the game will be contesting this one to find out who will be the inaugural Saudi Arabia Masters winner. So let's hand to our commentary team of Ken Doherty and Dave Hendon.
Well, it's still early days, but Mark Williams will feel he'll need to improve. No real fireworks yet. Of course, that missed pink in frame 2 to lead 2-0 was a massive moment. Judd Trump has been solid enough in opening up this 2-frame advantage. 4 more frames to play here until the break for the evening. Both players, of course, so used to winning. Judd Trump 28 ranking titles, Williams 26. Trump obviously in more recent times has been the more dominant winner, but Williams picked up 2 trophies last season. So wants this cue ball to hold up, or a little kiss would be handy.
One.
He was tweeting in the interval in the usual sort of self-deprecating way, hitting more cushions than pots and all that, but as ever, once she gets out there, it's back to business. Not quite as he hoped there.
5.
Not his favourite pocket. That's the one he missed that pink into, and the red has rebounded and left it on here for Trump.
I'd love to get this. Just wondering, will he play for the black here?
One.
He has done. He's played low on the black. And the red just above the black spot to the left will pot into the right corner, so not to do much, but these are very tricky with a bit of pace. No, nicely in.
Eight. Nine.
It's a lovely piece on the late Ray Reardon there in the interval, and it's worth remembering he didn't turn professional, Reardon, until he was 35. There was no professional game. That's the age Trump is now, so it just shows you how different it was in those days and what an opportunity the players have these days.
Yeah, it's quite incredible stat that. It sort of puts things in perspective a little bit, and he still managed, of course, to win all those world titles, 6 in all. It's actually quite heartwarming watching that little footage, you know, and what a gentleman he was, Ray Reardon. What a great ambassador for the game. Plenty of pace, plenty of side spin, but
24.
Hasn't unlocked any reds, straightforward reds. This is a loose red. He's going to play it. Looks like he's playing it into the right centre. Very cute angle. No.
Judd Trump 24.
Yeah, it's been a rather bitty match, hasn't it? Just that 66 from Trump, the only sort of sizable break so far in frame 4. Mark Williams, of course, could still be in front coming back tonight, but certainly he needs to be in touch. So at least 2 of the 4 you feel would be the target.
Yeah, there's that old adage that they say in snooker that you can't win the final in the first session, but you can go a long way to losing it. And that's what Judd Trump will try and keep that pressure on his opponent. He knows he's missed a few opportunities, and he knows that's playing a little bit on his mind. So he's vulnerable, Mark Williams. Trump will try and keep exerting that pressure on him. 6-2 lead going into the final session would be massive. That's what he'd be hoping for. Yeah, he's blocked this red. It's close to the left hand corner pocket. Trump's got to be careful here. He's got to try and, if he tries to get back to balk, he's got to make sure that he doesn't leave that red. It's going close to the corner pocket.
Well, it made a big difference there, Trump not going in off. Williams would have had a relatively easy pot compared to the one he was left with. As it is, Trump now with this chance. So really, since Williams missed that pink to win the second frame, nothing's really gone for him.
One.
It's one of those shots, isn't it? That missed pink from Williams is probably still playing on his mind. Trump at the time wasn't completely settled, and a 2-0 lead would have been very advantageous for
7.
Mark Williams had the pink being dispatched. Cut back on this red into this left corner pocket. Ah, lovely shot. Beautiful shot. Needs the cue ball to slow down or speed up. Get by that yellow.
8.
Of all the places.
It's sort of been that kind of match, hasn't it? Things are just going a bit awkward. Could have been away here. He lands on the black. To test the sort of discipline, really. But he'll know that Mark Williams doesn't mind scrappy frames. He doesn't mind what sort of frame it is. Trump has to keep the same sort of poise and not get too frustrated if he does lose his way. That man's waiting to get back into this match.
Judd Trump 8.
All the matches we've had here, though, of course, the whole tour came at all the wild cards. You wonder, will there be shocks? Will there be upsets? Well, there were a few, but we've ended up with 2 real established winners in the final.
Touching ball.
He's got to be careful here, Judd Trump. There's 2 reds just to the left of that pack that if he plays down behind the pink, he doesn't want to leave a possibility of a plant. And that's why he's put the cue ball over that side of the table. Well, this could be dangerous if he tries to play this cue ball back to balk. It will be reds coming away from that pack. He's got to be careful he doesn't knock a red towards his left corner. Decided to play the loose one, and he's played it pretty well.
You can certainly see the respect between the two of them, and they've had some great matches. That semi-final at the Crucible 2 years ago that went the full distance, 4 centuries each. The Masters final was close as well the following year. Plus, of course, they're playing effectively for 300,000 today. It's a massive, massive occasion. Well, this time he's not got away with it. All sorts of kisses. Now, Mark Williams must get going here, you feel.
One.
Yeah, that's okay. Black won't go on its own spot, of course. But the blue spot is available, so Mark Williams won't mind. Pink spot may be available as well. He's having a look. Referee getting his marker out just to make sure. Mark Williams will be hoping it goes on the blue spot.
8. Nine. $15.
Mark Williams just had a quick look to see if that pink pots. Maybe doesn't, so into the left corner that is, so he has to go back up for blue or black here. That didn't go into the middle of the
16.
pocket, as you saw. So slightly out of position. Doesn't want to hit the bump. Oh, it's okay. Thought that was gonna scupper his plans, but it's all right. He's got this red nicely into this bottom right corner pocket. Referee Olivier Martial just asking Mark just to hold on 1 second. He's got to get it dead level with the black and, of course, in line with the pink and the top cushion, as close to a spot as possible.
21. $22.
Well, we all know how much of a laid-back character Mark Williams is, but he showed his frustration there. He knows this is such an important visit. Just didn't get the screw back into the cue ball he wanted. The blue should still be on into that right centre pocket. Can't be touching the black, of course. Should still go. Black will definitely go. It's a bit more of an acute angle.
Black ball. Mark Williams, 22.
Just never really liked it, did he? It took a long time to play it, and he's missed it. So Trump presented him with that opening, but not much came from it.
One.
An anxious look. Is he on the red?
6.
No. So a little bit of a glimmer of hope for Mark Williams still in this frame. Cannon's gone wrong.
Judd Trump, 6.
A decent safety shot though. Mark Williams has gone a little bit ragged. Couple of misplaced shots now he's played. However, to Trump at the moment, not able to capitalise on it. Another cannon that's gone wrong. May still be on this pink, but it's a lot more difficult.
Ping ball.
Well, it's a good pot, but again, things just going awkward. It's that sort of frame right
7.
now. Better kiss, and he's going to be on a red. Every frame, though, counts the same, whether you make a century or whether it's nip and tuck. And certainly if Trump can win this one, then the prospect of going off into the distance is very much there.
Yeah, there is a gap. He slides off the right hand side of this red as we look down. Just missed the black and the red near the top cushion. Well, he certainly didn't play it like that, and that's been
Judd Trump, 7.
very fortunate to get the cue ball back there. Will Mark Williams take this red on? Very risky.
Frames like this, concentration is so important. It's not the sort of snooker certainly that Trump would choose to be playing. It's just a few things gone awkward.
Trump won't mind that blue going safe, particularly with an 18-point lead. He's gonna. Mike Williams will need that blue if he gets a chance. This is cuttable. No, but still hasn't really settled since that second frame, and that pink missed into the right centre. Judd Trump knows he's got his man on the rope slightly here. He wants to keep him there. An implement that he has missed a few shots with already in this final. Don't expect him to miss this one. Oh, needs to slow up the cue ball. It's going too fast, I think.
8.
He's playing for the red into the yellow pocket. He's got this red into the middle.
Nine.
Yeah, nicely played. But still a little bit to do. He's going to need that last red. Quick check of the scoreboards. How does he get close to that red? Does he keep it tight, put a colour safe? He already has the blue safe. He could play off the green.
Green
put
ball.
the green safe, extra insurance, and try and get a snooker. In behind the blue. This looks pretty good. Oh, great attempt.
Well, there's that discipline I was talking about. He didn't actually get tied to the blue, but it was a good effort. .27 in the frame, 35 on.
Thank you.
Well, it's not hard enough. So a chance for Mark Williams to pot this red. Needs one good pot. That's more like it. Judd Trump on his last visit to the table, when he potted the red, tried to get that green safe. It didn't really get it glued to the right hand side cushion, which in turn may give Mark Williams the opportunity. Pot this yellow, get between the gap of the green and brown. Get nicely onto the green and always missed it. He hasn't missed many with the rest.
Mark Williams, 3.
Judd Trump just made sure of getting the yellow safe there. Well, he could have done with getting a bit more distance with the cue ball. He could be tucked in behind the green here. Is there a gap between green and brown? Well, cleverly tried to bring the green off the cushion, but not the way he would have liked. He's left a possible pot on the yellow here. Should have got that yellow tight to that cushion. Yeah, you just cannot give this man chances like that, particularly with his hand on the table, time and time again. He will knock those long balls in. That was a big mistake from Mark Williams. Very surprising. He's normally so clever and crafty, astute with a safety. Well, it's cost him.
Yeah, tough old frame. Ball's going awkward. 28 minutes, but they all count the same, as I say. And now that Trump has got it won, a real opportunity for him to open up a big gap coming back tonight. Judd Trump has toughed his way through that one. Mark Williams not quite right yet in this final. Trump taking advantage to lead 4-1.
One. Five.
Oh, what's he done there? He's playing for the red into the right centre pocket. He's overhit it by quite some distance. good recovery.
6.
Not one for bursting into the pack off the blue. Mark Williams prefers to, particularly if there's loose reds available, he will pick them off. Play for the red, left of the pink here, into the right centre. But eventually, he will have to go into those reds, particularly with the black being tied up.
15.
Still one at just directly above the black spot. He'll play on that next. And of course that will release the one to the left of it into a potable position. He just wants to get his arm going, pot a few balls.
21.
Get that tension out of the arm. Well, he took a long time over that just to make sure that this pink is on into the right corner. And it may not respot on its own spot, which would help. It would mean it would go on the black spot. Once again, that's what he'd be hoping for. Looks like the pink spot is covered.
Just going to check.
Olivier Martial, I just want to check, but I don't think it goes now.
28. 29.
Yeah, picking these reds off nicely and doing so, building a nice lead so far.
36.
There is one red that is potable, but he may take the opportunity now just to go into the top of that little triangle of 6 and then push the other red towards the right corner. I'll be happy with that. That's okay.
41.
This is more like it from Williams. His highest break before this frame was just 35. That's not going to cut it in a final, clearly.
42.
Just felt that bounced a bit.
Yeah, I don't think the table is being recovered, so that means that this cloth has been on the match table all week. I'm not quite sure whether it would have been covered for the semi-final or not, but if it hasn't, it means it is going to speed up, of course. The cloth is going to wear, particularly on the cushions, and they're going to come off a little bit faster. And that's exactly what happened there. That's okay. He still had a nice angle to go into the pack and used it nicely.
This is more like it from Mark Williams, more the sort of snooker he's played to get to the final. He's 42nd in a ranking event. That's one more than the great Steve Davis.
49.
He's always had lovely touch, hasn't he, around the table. It sort of looks effortless, but of course that's a result of all the effort that's been put in that we haven't seen down the
55.
years.
Yeah, it's just a lovely crafted break, isn't it? I mean, a little bit different in a way maybe like Ronnie O'Sullivan or, well, even Judd Trump,
56.
the way he would go about a break. First opportunity to try and get the balls open quickly. He's adapted his game and his break building a little bit more in line with sort of Mark Williams, but that is the first one that's gone wrong.
62.
Needed one more red to guarantee the frame.
Exactly. The worst possible time really to go wrong. Well, he could still see this one.
63.
So he has potted it, and it should be 4-2. I think the interesting difference between these two, Judd Trump, quite often to motivate himself, will talk himself up. Mark Williams will talk himself down. You can't meet anyone more self-deprecating than Mark. But make no mistake, out in the middle, he wants to win. And this is an excellent break, just at the right time, because he was struggling to put anything together prior to this frame.
76.
Yeah, totally agree. It looked still a little bit edgy, particularly in that previous frame, but this will, well, this is just what the doctor ordered.
81.
Still doing the world of good. What a beautifully controlled break.
82.
Just picked off the reds. Very measured, but very effective. Here in the table was recovered on Monday and indeed Thursday night, so you wouldn't really expect big bounces. This will do him the world of good, particularly in his last couple of frames coming up before the end of the session.
Yeah, we knew the quality was in there. It was up to Williams, of course, to bring it out. He's made 2 centuries so far in the tournament.
96.
We've had a total of 87 since day one. Of course, Nopin Sengal, top of the shop with his maximum. Seems a long time ago, that. Classy
99.
stuff, this, from Mark Williams. Stepping in and stepping up when he had to. Brown for the century. Warmly applauded by the crowd here in Riyadh, who now are being treated to a much closer contest. Trump was hoping to pull away, of course, from 4-1. As Williams gets the black into play to try and make this total clearance. Wonderful stuff. Well, it's going to be a trick shot, is it, on the black? How's it looking? Get in, they shout, and in it goes. Brilliant. From the Welshman, Mark Williams, with 121 total clearance. A trick shot to finish, to trail Judd Trump 4-2. I just wonder if that century from Williams will spark the final overall into life, not just from him, but maybe from Trump as well. Sometimes happens. It was a wonderful break.
Thank you, frame
Leaves
7.
Trump 4-2 in front.
Judd
2
Trump.
frames left in this afternoon's opening session in the final of the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. It's going to be historic, whoever wins it. Of course, the biggest first prize ever outside the UK, outside the World Championship itself. And all the pounds, of course, relate to ranking points as well. Judd Trump would be off and running, wouldn't he? Very hard to catch him for a long time if he won it. Mark Williams would go 4th if he won it. Yeah, he got close again. I don't think his pockets are overly generous. And then he was watching the cue ball just to see if it would provide some sort of cover for the red to right corner, which it did with the brown.
Foul and a miss. Mark Williams 6.
Must have deviated, I think.
Yeah, the problem ball is that red that's over this
Can we double
bottom
check
right
that,
corner
please?
pocket. He's just trying to drop dead weight onto that red, just bottom left of the pink. But of course, you can see that's a great angle, isn't it, for all the finger marks. And even though
This red, okay?
these tables are so level, if a ball can go over a finger mark, it can deviate the line of the cue ball. There's a lot of finger marks there, isn't there? When you look down, you can't see them from side on. What a wonderful view that is, the overhead camera.
Cue ball.
Olivia Martil just getting some help from Marcel Eckhart, the marker here.
Okay.
Looks pretty good. So will he play the same shot again, or will he attempt to bring the cue ball back to balk? No, same shot again. Looks like he's getting down very quick, hoping it doesn't deviate. Oh, as he hit it, he was up off the shot very quickly.
Foul and a miss.
Well, can't play it again, can he?
No. So a completely different shot here, because he will be warned. You can see both sides of a red. And if he makes a foul here,
Mark,
it will cost him the frame.
touch to the right.
Well, that's not right, surely.
Okay, you're sure? If I have to call a miss again, you lose the frame.
There you see, there's the warning, so it'll be a different shot. Could stun the cue ball into the pack. Yeah, just like that. And we may eventually have a re-rack here, because now 2 reds have gone over pockets. So
Touching ball.
the only resolution here is a re-rack, I would say. And Mark may look at Judd Trump. Yes, he does.
Re-rack.
Re-rack it is.
Re-rack.
Yeah, they could see where that was going, and where it was going was nowhere. So Williams looked at Judd. Judd nodded his head, and Olivia Martil will set them up again. So just to reiterate, 2 more frames to play, and then we're back at 8 o'clock local time tonight. That's 6 UK for the fight to the finish, 1st to 10. As I say, it's going to be a memorable occasion this evening. It's been a memorable week, but to win the first ranking event in a new tournament is always special. Judd Trump did that in Turkey. It's happened in various places in China. And, well, let's not kid ourselves. The money as well, Ken, is massive.
Yeah, absolutely. 500,000, $500,000 to the winner. It has been a wonderful week. I think all the players have really enjoyed it. Great facilities, great practice facilities. The tables have run well. much humidity out here, so the clots have been really fast.
Thanks. Frame
Love
7.
to see more crowds,
Get
of
through
course, hopefully for next year. I think it's a 10-year deal, so it's going to get better and better each year, but what a wonderful start. Hopefully we're going to have a wonderful finish tonight as well.
Well, we've not had a decider in a ranking event final since January 2023, incredibly. It was Judd Trump actually lost to Mark Allen at the World Grand Prix 10-9, so I just wonder, we seem to be due one. Overdue one, actually. Now it's classic Williams. Still just a great potter. He says he can't see properly, but from where we're sitting, his eye is looking pretty good shape.
Yeah, once again, even though he has a nice angle on the blue, he's reluctant to go into the pack and take a chance. But sometimes it's not a bad idea. Let's see what he's done here. Is he going to try and avoid the pack? Just playing a loose red? Yeah. No, he's gone into the reds now. How's the... I think he's on this red, near the black. Judd Trump was having it all his own way from 1-0 down, particularly when he won that very close second frame. But Mark Williams has found a bit of form now from nowhere.
15.
Maybe that century break in the last frame is going to give him that bit of inspiration he needed. Ooh,
16.
Big bounce once again. Lost the cue ball. What a shot. The fact that he was left-handed, but the fact that he's well over 6 foot, he could make that shot, but brilliant pot. And to keep the break going, and hold for that red was even better.
Switch it off, please. 30.
This time needs a good split. No reds available. Has to develop something here. How's your look? He may be on a red into the left centre. I think he's okay.
37.
Well, he's really found something from somewhere, hasn't he? I mean, he was struggling, but it's just really clicked into gear. And again, it's that temperament, I think, the fact that he wasn't getting on his own case when he was struggling. Judd Trump at 4-1, you felt could really pull away in this session.
Wonderful recovery shot to keep the break going. Yeah, it's just a beautiful touch again. Glancing that red, holding the cue ball.
45.
Such an inspirational player. Looked totally all at sea at 4-1. Found something from somewhere, and now looks imperious once again.
$54.
Getting closer then, 61 with the black. So, another red and a black, and that should be 4-3.
Yeah, obviously spotted a plant into this right corner pocket. Yeah, no problem.
62.
So black to leave. Judd Trump needing the snooker. And in quick succession, he's reeled off 2 frames. He will cut the deficit just to 1 with 1 frame remaining in this session. What an important frame may prove to be. This has been vintage Mark Williams.
Yeah, it's not just winning the frames, is it? It's like you say how he's won them. 1 visit apiece. Stepping up several levels. Been a lot of talk, of course, about Judd Trump's centuries.
77.
But Williams with a chance to make back-to-back ones here in this final.
78.
Yeah, and it sends out a clear and present message to his opponent as well, that sometimes he may look down, but let's only take just a little bit of inspiration and he'd be, this is what he can do. A couple of frames very, very quickly.
86. $93.
You can never write this man off, Mark Williams.
94.
Well, early on in the break, he really had to pull up some trees to keep it going. Looking at this last red, but pink for the century. Back-to-back centuries for Mark Williams. Coming to life in style here in this final.
He really is entertaining this crowd this afternoon. Couldn't put a ball and 4-1 down. Then all of a sudden just clicked into gear.
105.
And what a final
107.
session. Whatever way it goes, the last frame is going to be set up for tonight. And in a funny kind of way, Dave, it might actually even inspire Judd Trump. Sees the opponent firing on all cylinders. He knows he's going to have to up his game, up the scoring.
114.
He's played delightfully in these 2 frames, he really has. Could be back-to-back total clearances here.
119. $125.
So Mark Williams has joined the chat. What a terrific 2 frames that was. Back-to-back total clearances, 121, 132. and there's only one in it in the final. Trump's lead is cut to 4-3. That's what they're playing for, and we're getting close to finding out whether it's Judd Trump or Mark Williams lifting the trophy, but plenty of action left in this final, including one more frame in this session. Mark Williams has had breaks of 121, 132 in the last two frames. Back-to-back total clearances. Wonderful stuff from the Welshman. Let's see if he can level up here, or will Trump carry a 5-3 lead into tonight. There'll be around about 3 hours break for the players. As I say, it's not just the fact he's narrowed the scores, and obviously that was what he was looking to do, it's how he's done it. One visit in each frame, just sending a message that Trump himself is going to have to up his game now.
Good safety from Judd Trump. Aggressive safety, opening up the reds. Got the cue ball back to the balk area. Main player containing safety shot. He's looking at maybe nestling on this red that's closest to the top cushion. Bit of trouble here. It's giving it some thought.
Wow. Fair to say he has well and truly arrived now in this match. What a pot from Mark Williams.
Yeah, shot of the match so far. He was, well, his back was right against the wall. Have a look at this. Beautiful.
Sort of ball, you know, Judd Trump so often knocks in. He's been a bit of a spectator, hasn't he, last 20 minutes?
Oh, this has travelled too far. Tried to get on that red, just left of the black. He's okay. He's still got a red up into, well, the yellow pocket, top left-hand corner pocket as we look. It goes into the left centre, obviously. He's going to play it up into the yellow pocket. He's always running into the blue there. So, yellow with the rest, but once again, normally very proficient with the rest. Pressure though on this one. No problem. No problem whatsoever. And good position as well.
Oh, what must Trump think? He's watching a player who's gone from sort of 4 to 10, you know, with nowhere in between. He was struggling, Mark Williams, but now looking $1 million.
7.
He's let that one go a little bit. I was hoping to get by that little bunch of reds, but around the pink and get onto that red left of the black. Hampered slightly on this red. This is missable. If he was just playing it with topspin and dropping it in, well, it's a lot easier. But he's got to put a bit of purchase on the cue ball to get it up for the blue. It was always missable. Yeah, it's just the previous shot wasn't great. One chance missed.
Well, now, fancied him for that one, but he's been a little cold, hasn't he, of late, as Williams has been doing all the heavy hitting. So Williams not punished, and back in.
Oh, I don't know what happened there, but he was a long, long way away from this pocket. That was, well, pardon the pun, but completely out of the blue. Ooh. Well, just the pace alone helped that just drop in off the knuckle. Any harder and certainly wouldn't have gone. Now, can Judd Trump respond?
It's a frame that really is no more important than any other, but because it's the last of the session, it feels it, because it's going to be a break. And Trump, having led 4-1, will be disappointed for sure with 4-4, and then 2.5 hours of kicking his heels. He wants to at least end the afternoon in front.
6.
But of course Trump has had so much experience in recent times of major finals. He's been in every position, he's trailed, he's led, you've got to deal with it all and just try and look after your own stuff. This is his chance to, as I say, end with that 2-frame advantage.
12.
Yeah, I think in situations like this, he has the experience, of course. He will just treat this frame as if it's the last. When everything that's gone before, well, can't be undone. He's just got to just try and win this frame, get out of the session, and do what he would have hoped he coming into the session, and that's win it. Have some sort of a lead going into tonight. Oh, it's gone wrong. It's not the best kiss. Red's blocking each other into the left corner pocket. This red is cuttable left of the black spot, but we'll have to get the extended rest and extension out, and it's missable.
Thank you. Judd Trump, 18. Foul. Judd Trump, 4.
Wow, all sorts happening. But as I say, it's just magnified this frame because it's the last of the session. It just feels bigger. Can Trump settle himself again? He leads by 9 points.
One. Trump, 1.
Well, this is how the match began, really nervy and unexpected errors. What's it going to be like if we're sort of 8-all or even 9-all tonight?
Oh, that's no good. It's hoping to get on the pink. Definitely won't be taking this blue on. Try and hide that cue ball off the brown in behind the yellow.
Mark Williams, 1.
So the frame still in the balance. Another mistake from Judd Trump, and he's going to leave this red.
Yeah, Trump is just handing chances here. He's had plenty himself in this frame. Maybe he just needs the break now. He needs that bit of rest before tonight.
1.
Well, that's no good. Needs a better angle on this yellow. Yellow looks very, very straight. The cue ball's got to travel good distance. Very hard to generate enough power taking the yellow on here. He's looking at possibly cutting the green back, but that would be very risky. Trying a deep screw. Well, he's done as well as he could there. Lots of reverse side.
3.
That was an excellent shot. Back in position. What a massive frame this could turn out to be. Judd Trump has had 2 really good chances to win this frame. Oh, he's missed it. He's missed it. Would you believe it? Wow. Both players really feeling it.
Yeah. Very unexpected. So, Judd Trump then, look where the Reds are here. What an opportunity to get to 5-3 after all.
1.
Without having been at his brilliant best this afternoon.
Well, Mac Williams, we spoke about that pink into the right middle in the second frame, cost him.
7.
All that pink. A relatively straightforward pink. Into the left
8.
center pocket. Could cost him as well.
$14. 15.
We spoke about even best of 19. These frames are just so important. As you get towards the end of the match, you realize how important they are. 2 frames that, well, Mark Williams had in the palm of his hand. He's gifted them to his opponent.
21.
Yeah, and Judd Trump, I'm sure, would agree he's not played his best. He's played someone who's had 2 total clearances, so if he can pop the next 2 balls and be 5-3 up, he's got to be delighted.
22.
Delighted and relieved, I'd say. Another glance at the scoreboard.
Yeah, this is the one that should make it a 2-frame advantage for Judd Trump. There's going to be a lot more drama, though, tonight. That's when it's all going to happen.
Yeah, I can't wait for tonight.
28.
I mean, there's Mark Williams. He's contemplating
30.
about those chances, but Judd Trump is going to prevail. He'll have that 2-frame lead, but more fireworks you'd expect tonight.
33.
Yeah, more nerves, I'm sure. More great play, I'm sure. And the match is still anyone's. Okay, Williams would have loved 4-4, but from 4-1 down, he did produce those 2 great frames. And it really is up for grabs, this final. There's the handshake at the halfway stage. It's Judd Trump who holds the advantage in the final of the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. He leads Mark Williams by 5 frames to 3, 10 the target to take the trophy, and the £500,000 first prize.
And that right there is what we call beautiful jib work. Okay. Ken, what an intriguing match that was. Right at the end, could very easily be even Stevens. How important that final frame might be.
Massive frame, massive frame. I mean, Mark Williams was completely at sea at 4-1 down. We looked like Judd was going to, you know, run off into the sunset. He came back with 2 great total clearances and looked right on top. And then it looked like Judd was getting very, very nervy. And then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, he's missed that easy pink into the middle. And how crucial that could be. 2 missed pinks, 1 into the right middle earlier, 1 into the left middle in that last frame. They could prove crucial and pivotal, even this early stage in the final.
Right at the end of that frame, what was going on? I mean, is it just they're human? But it was surprising.
Absolutely, they are human. It just goes to show you that even the best players that we've ever seen in this game, you know, can struggle. Sometimes the occasion can get to you. All of a sudden you start thinking about it, you know, but I can't imagine what Judd's brother Jack and Mark's wife will be going through in there. I was in bits watching it in the practice room, but you know, if you'd have said to Judd at the start of the match, you're going to be 5-3 up, he'd have taken it. If you'd have said to Mark at 4-1 down, you're going to be 5-3 down, he'd have taken it. But he just tees it up very nicely for tonight.
And isn't it great to see? You know, it's great to see the centuries. But you love to see the bit of pressure, even with these great players. You love to see them feeling a little bit of pressure, to see that they're human. They can miss anything, just like the people watching at home or in the local club. I could do that. But, you know, out there in the immense pressure, and you know how much it means to these both players. No matter what they've won, they still want to keep winning, still want to, and the nerves still get to them.
I just wonder as well, as you get to the end of the session, if you're thinking to yourself, I wanted to get out of this 5-3. It's looking like it could be 4-all. I was 4-1 up a frame after the mid-session interval. Does that play on your mind at all?
Potentially, yeah. You know, we saw a number of errors there, but it just shows that they are human, and you know, sometimes it's just about brushing them errors aside, but all of a sudden you can try not to lose a match, can't you, rather than try to win it, and that in itself plays games with your minds out there. They'll be happy to just get out of here now, you know, just have a couple of hours break, come back refreshed tonight, and like I say, 5-3, it's still game on.
We've still got a lot of frames left to go. Can we call whether we think we're going to see the 1000th Judd century?
Well, you never know. He could come out foreign tonight, but I think there's an awful lot of snooker left in this.
Yes.
It really has all the ingredients of going right to the wire. We haven't had a last frame decider for quite some time in a major final.
Yeah.
It could be tonight. Judd Trump will hope it won't be, but I think there's a lot of snooker left for Mark Williams tonight as well. Never write him off. Write him off at your peril.
Right, it really is fascinating. The amazing thing at this point is we genuinely have no idea. At the start of the match, we didn't quite know how it was going to go. Now we still don't really know which way it's going to go. Steve, if I were to put you on the spot right now and say it goes to a final frame decider, you've got to put a pound down on one player. Which player has the best attributes to deal with that? They've both had to deal with it in this tournament, but not in a final, not when so much is at stake.
If you had to push me for a name, I'd say Judd, only because of his winning streak at the minute. You know, this event means so much to both players. Of course it does. It meant so much to everyone, but it's such a big tournament for Mark to sort of, he had a brilliant season last year, but this is just another kettle of fish, isn't it? But Judd is on this winning streak, and I just think if you had to toss a coin, you've got to favour Judd. But look, I couldn't decide. You know, Mark's a class act, and he's done everything there is in the game. It's so tough to call.
How hard is it to take a break, but knowing that you're going again? It's one thing to turn up in the morning and knowing that I start at 2 p.m, but to then go again, having come off and been adrenalised and all the rest of it.
I think both players will be going on adrenaline. You know, they will be loving this. There's going to be a good crowd in tonight. It's going to be a great atmosphere.
Yes.
They'll have their eye on the trophy. It's right in their eye line. And, of course, the $500,000 prize fund as well, so to the winner. So the adrenaline kicks in. They're well used to it. These are two old hacks, you know, when it comes to finals. No problem to them. They've been there, seen it, done it, and wore the T-shirt. They will just be loving this every minute, you know, and they'll go and have a little bit of a rest, have something to eat, come back, and they'll be looking forward to tonight.
Absolutely right. Well, the two times to mark your card: 8 o'clock local time, 6 o'clock British summer time. 2 reasons to watch: Mark Selby, not Mark Selby, he's out the tournament, Mark Williams and Judd Trump. And 2 more reasons: this trophy and history will be made at the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters.
Oh, important ball. Imran Ahmed.
Another single to end the over. He's come back well after conceding 8 runs in the first 2 deliveries. 10 coming off this over into the final 3. 13 needed in 18. 154 for 6. That's the camera person, Dharni. Happy birthday to you. Well, he's doing a fine job getting you all these visuals into your drawing room. Wishing him the best of years ahead. Wonderful camera person there, Dharni.
Not an easy job following the ball.
He's done that time and again tonight. And he's done it with very good precision as well. Imran's keeping the fight and the chase on tonight for the Titans. What a way to start over number 18.
Pretty cricketer Imran Ahmed bowls a bit of off spin. What a knock he's playing today. Playing to his strengths, not trying to bludgeon the ball, using the angles. Knows exactly where the fielders are. Terrific start to the over. They need 10 and over and they're getting 10 and over every time. This is very intelligent batting from a field change. Fine leg goes back, square leg comes in. What has Imran got?
of the final match of 143 matches, all of which have taken place inside this glorious arena. We've seen masterful performances, we've seen shock exits, we've seen a maximum 147 break, and just about everything in between. But tonight, however, all eyes are focused on the final, and they say that styles make fights. Well, this is a super snooker selection of Southpaw sluggers. Judd Trump, Mark Williams, and only one man can lift this trophy for the very first time. It's time to find out who.
A couple of years ago, my aim was to see if I could be in the top 16 when I'm 50. Looks like I've cemented that now already at the start of the season, so let's just see how high I can be by the time I come round to 50. There was a time where I dropped to like 47 in the rankings and looked like I could drop off the tour the next season, but I've managed to turn my career around and get a second win, if you like.
I feel like sometimes with my record over the last 5 or 6 years, I feel that sometimes it still goes unnoticed when people say that there's no real dominant figure. I feel like I have been that person, and I feel that's what keeps driving me. I feel like I just have to keep proving to people that I can do it year after year.
I think probably I'm a better all-round player now than I've ever been. I haven't got you know, the long game and the long pots I had 20 odd years ago. But apart from that, I think my game's as strong as ever.
Yeah, he's a complete different player to anyone else you come across. The shots he takes on is very puzzling at times, but also very clever, and he's still managing to keep that longevity out there, so all credit to him.
He is the best player by far, and if you don't play well, he's going to bury you. But you know, if I play well myself, you know, of course I can beat him.
If I was to win the final, to go past Steve Davis in ranking titles would be an amazing feat for me already in my career, and I still feel like I've got a long time left. No matter how I've done it, would be special.
Hitting the right notes proved difficult early for the finalists, but after sharing the scrappy first 2 frames, Judd Trump threatened to seize command by building a 4-1 lead. In trouble, Mark Williams suddenly found his range. Successive total clearances of 121 and 132 injected quality, and saw the veteran campaigner from Wales draw within striking distance. Surprisingly though, Williams missed 4 pots in the closing frame of the afternoon, allowing Trump to eventually take advantage. That's why Trump leads 5-3, halfway to a first prize of £500,000 and utter dominance at the top of the world rankings.
It was an engrossing afternoon. And after 8 days for the very final time, I'm going to be joined by Ken Doherty and Stephen Holworth. Ken, in terms of this final, no fireworks yet, but I get the sense something's going to ramp up tonight.
Yeah, absolutely. I think 2 players were sort of feeling each other out at the beginning. There was a few misses, you know, uncharacteristic. Judd Trump pulled away 4-1, but then, of course, Mark, those 2 back-to-back wonderful total clearances. And it was a scrappy last frame, but another missed pink. 1 missed pink to the left middle, 1 missed pink to the right middle, cost Mark Williams 2 frames. That's the difference between the 2 players.
Steve, that's the what. What about the how? What have we learned from that session?
Well, what have we learned? Well, we've learned that these 2 great players, these 2 unbeatable, indestructible figures in snooker, that we've learned that they are actually human, and that they can make mistakes, and that they do miss balls. You know, we're so used to seeing the high level. It got very scrappy early on in that game, and understandably so. And we've also learned that no matter if one player goes ahead, or, you know, either player could well easily go ahead, that the other player is going to come back strong. We saw that vintage Mark Williams, them 2 back-to-back total clearances to just keep his name in there, let Judd know that he's in a match. What a match we've got.
And talking about those 2 clearances, Willow, 2 tons. Not the case with Trump. Willow, more points than Trump.
Yeah.
Willow's behind on frames. He's even had more time on the table.
I know, that's unusual statistics, aren't they? But I think the thing about it is that no matter, even if they start missing a few, you know what they're capable of. You know, and Mark Williams clawed his way back into this match. You thought Judd Trump was going to sail away, you know, into the distance. Not the case at all. You can never discount Mark Williams. He's such a scrapper, such a worthy champion of old and of new as well. And he's still, at the ripe old age of coming up to 50, he's still one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, absolutely right. 6 months away from his 50th birthday. For yourself, do you think actually, Steve, will he be in the back thinking to myself, I'm kind of in stroke, I'm playing statistically the best, therefore keep going and you will manage to kind of close the gap?
Yeah, look, I think assessing this afternoon's session, both players will be wanting to improve tonight. Okay, those two frames from Mark Williams kind of came out of nowhere, really, but as I say, it keeps his hopes alive. Judd will be wanting to improve as well, cut out them mistakes. This afternoon was all about jostling for positions, try and get a lead going into this evening, sorry. Judd managed that, but tonight is about the trophy and obviously the prize money. You know, it could get tense, we could see fireworks, who knows what's going to happen, anything could happen.
Anything could happen, and that is why we are unbelievably excited. It's all about this trophy. This is the battle on the bays.
Let's get our players into the arena. Up first, let's hear it for Mark Williams. For the ace in the pack, Judd Trump.
$144 players has now come down to 2, but who will be the one? It's time to find out as we hand to our commentary team of Stephen Holworth and Phil Yates.
Radzi, thank you very much indeed. You know, high stakes sport can be compelling. This is extremely high stakes.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Frame 9, Judd Trump to break.
The first session I thought was a real curate's egg. Lots of mistakes. That 2-frame purple patch from Williams, which couldn't get any better. In the end, Trump had the better of it without being out of second gear.
Yeah, he'll be delighted, won't he, Judd, to have this slender lead coming into tonight's session. What an inspirational couple of frames from Mark Williams. It just shows that it is still in the tank, it is still in there, and who knows, we could see plenty more of that tonight. So much at stake. What a night of snooker we've got ahead.
It's a night that neither player will forget. One of them will want to forget, but they won't be able to.
Well, the first attempted long red of the evening goes to Mark Williams, and didn't get all that close to it.
didn't seem the best contact, that, actually. The red seemed to jump a little. Maybe that could explain why he's on the incorrect side of the blue. But when it comes to recovery potting, you're looking at the very best in the business.
Yeah, again, he was absolutely perfect there, and he's just ran out of position, trying to judge the cannon off the red. Just misjudged it, trying to bring the black into play.
Judd Trump 6.
In a strange old way, you know, being a player, to see people like Mark Williams and Judd Trump struggle slightly in big finals. We're so used to seeing them just basically not missing regardless of the situation. It's quite nice in a strange way just to know that they are human and they can still make mistakes. Quite often you watch these guys in the most intense of situations and they just produce unbelievable snooker. It's not always that easy. This is a very tough game. And whoever wins this game tonight, and with it the tournament, will thoroughly deserve it.
Yes, and the overwhelming majority of snooker finals are over 2 sessions. And quite often 2 sessions. And quite often subdued first session, and then an unforgettable second. I've also seen finals where the first session has been eye-wateringly good and then it's fizzled out. So maybe this is going to be in the right order.
Foul and a miss. Judd Trump 4.
Mark Williams with not enough pace on that cue ball, but Judd no value in having it back. He can play the same shot, try and get that cue ball back behind the green. And this time Mark doesn't have the option to come off the top cushion and rest into the red.
Cagey, and if ever that's understandable, this is the occasion.
I think the break after 8 frames came at a good time for both players, really. You know, we saw Judd Trump go into that 4-1 lead, and of course we all know what happened next. Those 2 brilliant, perfect frames from Mark Williams, and then Judd just to pinch the last. I think it's a fair reflection on the scoreline, and I think, as I say, they'll both be happy with to get out of there basically, because it was all getting very tense. Not a chance to just settle themselves down, get out of the venue, chill out for a couple of hours. You know, these guys have put a lot of effort, a lot of energy into this tournament so far. Both players could well have easily gone out in their opening matches. Both came through deciding frames to arrive here for the title match.
The age-old shot of good players, the old shot to nothing. But if he can get in behind the green here, nice and snug.
Judd Trump 1.
That opening red indirectly could lead to plenty.
So that wily old fox, Mark Williams, has got to try and find his way out of trouble here. There's not an awful lot of options to try and rest on.
I'll tell you what, it must be a big occasion. Mark Williams has had a shave. It could be a close shave this evening in a different sense. He'd love to win by a whisker.
There's the door, Phil. Stop it, come on. It's the first frame.
Beautifully weighted cue ball.
And again, another spot of bother for Mark Williams. He can't really play the thin edge, so he may just be dumping the cue ball on this cushion. Needs to be careful not to push the red on. Now this red is potable to left middle for Judd Trump. It's very thin, but it's a chance. Oh, and that's a nice flick on the brown. You'll take that all day long. So first real good chance now falls to Judd Trump. Big first frame this, particularly for Mark Williams. Doesn't want to be sat there watching Judd at the table, 5-3 down.
So 2 shots, 2 flicks, and neither have done Trump any real harm.
Trump 5.
But then that red goes astray. Very, very surprisingly.
Six. Seven. $14. 15.
Well, he's possibly got one or two more reds available that will pot without needing any cannons. And as he pots one, it may just release another.
22. Twenty-three.
Even though Trump won the last frame of the afternoon, he missed 3 pots. Williams didn't take advantage. He understands the importance of swooping on this unexpected opportunity.
Well, he may have landed on that red right in the middle, which would be absolutely perfect.
29.
Well, he doesn't seem bothered by that one in the middle, feels it's too tight.
30.
Well, he won't be best pleased with that
35.
contact to the pack of reds. He's lost the cue ball a fraction, had to try and force that cue ball down into that pack. Would have much preferred a slightly greater angle on the blue. This now a very tough pot with barely any angle.
36.
Great demonstration of his discipline there, Mark. Not trying to do anything daft with that one. Not risk missing the pot to get position. Just making sure he keeps control of the table for the time being.
Mark Williams, 36. Thank you, Judd.
Judd just getting up off the shot, allowing the referee, Olivier Martil, to see exactly where the white is placed in relation to the reds and what he can see, what he can't see.
Well, it can be quite deceiving at times when you're up that balk end. It can seem you only have a very thin edge, and by the time the cue ball gets past the object ball in front of it, you see that it's a lot thicker contact than you perhaps thought you could see, so a bit of a misjudgment from Judd. Oh, a lovely struck shot from Mark Williams. Absolutely perfect now.
Halfway house there, though, with position.
3. Four.
And again, he's slightly in between being perfect, so needs to play one good positional shot here. Yeah, this looks good.
6.
Big night for Mark Williams. 1992 he first got onto the tour. He'll have never won a single prize bigger than this tonight if he can go on and convert
40.
this match. Still means so much to him. You know, he plays it down at times, but my goodness me, he wants to get his hands on that trophy. Make no mistake. What a player.
That was frame ball.
22.
Yes, this would be the biggest payday of an illustrious career. It would equal Trump's biggest payday if he were to prevail. The biggest cheque for Williams so far, £425,000 for winning the World Championship in 2018. The third time he got his name engraved
32.
on the famous trophy. With 2 blocks of scoring and some tight safety, Mark Williams takes full advantage of an early Trump error. He's back within 1. It's 5-4.
See there, Judd leaving himself low on this red just in case in respotting this black it doesn't pop. That way he's got the angle anyway to go up for the blue.
$24.
Well, now he does have the perfect angle to get into this pack of reds. We've seen him refuse this type of shot a number of times this week, but not now. How's his luck? Well, he is on a red to right corner, possibly one to the green pocket as well.
29.
Didn't quite catch the pink as full as he would have liked.
Yeah, one of those where he wasn't ideal, but he couldn't complain, and now he's back sitting pretty.
And again, landed perfect on the blue to play the same shot, but he's been a bit unfortunate there. I thought they would have opened perfectly.
35.
Again, took a gamble just to try and kill the frame off with that one shot. If he gets that one shot right, you fancy him to mop them up. But is he on one?
Judd Trump, 35.
That was such a feature of his win over Jack Lisowski in the last 16 here. When he lost position, he didn't lose patience.
I just think it's a feature of Judd's game in general now that has improved so much in recent years. When he won that Northern Irish Open in 2018 and the floodgates opened in terms of ranking event wins for Judd, his all-round game has improved no end. We all know how good he is in the scoring department, but his safety play and the moves he makes on a snooker table now, just to box you in, is so impressive. It's why he's winning.
But he was saying yesterday, in the wake of his victory over Sean Murphy in the semi-finals, just how he hates to be defeated, loathes losing. And the incentive for him,
It's the other side.
more than having a good feeling about winning, is to avoid the bad feeling about losing. It was a sentiment so often echoed by Stephen Hendry.
Thank you. Foul and a miss. Judd Trump 4.
Fractionally short of pace. So Trump building a useful lead here. Mark Williams can see a ball directly.
Yeah. Judd. Yes. I have to, if I have to call a miss again, we lose the frame.
He knows the rules, but Olivier Martil has to issue the warning.
Oh, now what do you do here? There's no obvious safety shots.
Well, you can hit a ball, full ball. Yeah, no, but I hit that one. I can't help you with that. I mean, if you're okay with the cue ball, then just check it. Just check it. Can we double check, Kevin, please? It doesn't change. No, but it makes my shot easier. So I don't think I could hit that red.
Olivier Martil asking for assistance from his marker, Kevin Dabrowski, as to where the white was.
Okay, thank you. Warning remains.
Well, what a shot that is, Mark Williams. Take a bow for that one. Deary me, what a pot. How do you like that one, Phil?
I like it more than Judd Trump. Well, they say, don't they, if you're in trouble, pot your way out of it. What an extreme example. But Trump's relieved it's only cost him 8 points. That would have been a real body blow had Williams gone on to make a frame-winning break there and then.
Oh, that is absolutely extraordinary. From the sublime long red that he's just knocked in to then miss that, what can only be described as a sitter in comparison to the one he knocked in previous.
Six. Seven.
And it's moments like that in big matches like this that can really make the difference.
Trump desperate to keep Williams at arm's length.
Thank you.
This is where focus and concentration plays such a big part in top-level snooker.
13.
Judd Trump watched Mark Williams float that outrageous red in, possibly thinking, what have I done to deserve this? And then 2 shots later, he's back at the table with a chance to win the frame. He has to reset, has to refocus. He knows this is a big moment. He'll want to do the damage now. It's looking likely he's going to.
90.
Indeed, but on the verge of winning the frame. A little more distance between cue ball and red you would like.
20.
Test passed. Very good. So 55 ahead. The pink is frame ball.
$26. 27.
This frame following the same pattern as the first of the evening. Trump winning it in a couple of scoring visits. Williams did the same to open the session.
Judd Trump, 33, and a frame.
Judd Trump re-establishes a two-frame cushion, but I'll tell you what there, Mark Williams might well have missed the boat. Of the snooker tree. He started this tournament 9th in the world rankings. He's guaranteed at worst to be 6th. If he wins tonight, he'll be up to 4th. Evergreen, I think, is the word that applies. But first he must overcome a formidable Judd Trump. Generally formidable, but I must say not so today. Another wholesale miscalculation.
Mark Williams, 1.
Don't know about you, Stephen, but Williams to me looks the more content of the two.
I would agree, yeah. The body language is more positive for me currently. And yet Judd Trump still has the lead in this match. It just shows that doing little spells of damage to the scoreline can be very impactful during these longer session matches. Judd's so mentally strong, though. You know, he really is one of the best in the business. He's a proper modern day great, Judd Trump. Very good in all departments. It would not be a surprise to just see him go on a couple of frames spell of heavy scoring. It can just click into gear very quickly. He's almost playing the patient game at the minute, just waiting for things to happen.
Normally, if the cue ball gets trapped in the jaws of a pocket when you're playing safe, it's not good news. Williams has achieved some distance, but nowhere near enough. Now this time the black isn't obstructed, but what a pressure shot with the cue ball so close to the side cushion. Am I surprised? Well, frankly, no. I think he's going through a bad patch.
So could this be the little stage of the match that Judd Trump just slightly falls off? He's just left the door slightly ajar for Mark Williams. You know, we spoke right at the top of the show before play had even commenced about what either player has got to do today. What will they be looking for? Well, they'll be looking to see who blinks first, who makes those mistakes, and are they able to then capitalise. Mark Williams has seen Judd blink these last couple of frames, and it's now up to him to try and do the damage. Just keep Judd honest, give him something to think about.
8. Nine.
When he struck that, I think he was a little concerned the cue ball might float on, but he's okay.
And again, just able to play a little delicate holding cannon into the pack of reds. Just flick another out, stay on one to left corner.
16.
This is turning into a really good scoring chance now for Mark Williams.
17.
This, of course, the last frame of the session before the
24.
little mini break, and then it's back out to play to a conclusion.
25.
So if they aren't already feeling it after that little mini interval, the nerves will start to kick in at some stage. And it's not about who you are or what you've won. It's about who can handle it better today. Who handles it better right now. That's all that matters. Of course, your experience counts for an awful lot. Putting yourself in these positions many times in the past, but this is a different match, a different prize.
Deems the red he wanted to be on to be a little too risky.
33.
And when you've got an alternative, why not take it?
$38.
Again, just look at how easy he made that look. Had to make that plant. He knew exactly where the first red was going to go. It was just going to move out the way of the path of the cue ball. Perfect control.
46.
Plenty for Judd to think about, although when he looks at the scoreline at the interval, if Mark wins this frame, it'll still be level game. He probably won't feel like it, but he's missed the red. Well,
Mark Williams, 46.
The first little mistake has crept in there for Mark Williams right at a time that he didn't want it to. So what can Judd do now?
Without doubt, his most important visit to the table in the match.
Thank you. 1.
Being parallel to the black now means he's absolutely perfect to get into these reds. Just wants to be on one. Doesn't matter which one, just get them slightly open. And that will do.
8. 9.
Potting the red across the top cushion shouldn't be too much of an issue. The obviously awkward red is the one we can see there, located
15.
next to the right-hand side.
Crowned Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters champion. And Stephen Holworth, just a word for Mark Williams. He's a filthy animal.
It is. That's what it is. It's filth. To be able to knock in balls like that, you know, that second to last red that he's just knocked in there under pressure, when the chips are down, you know, I can't explain how hard it is to do that under pressure. You know, he's playing as if he's on a practice table. There's a lot of pressure out there. Any snooker player, anyone that's ever played the game knows that that sort of shot to just stroke in is just so difficult. It makes the game look so easy in the most pressurized situations, and that's what makes him one of the best ever.
That 12th frame was huge. It was sort of reminiscent of the missed pink we saw this afternoon, where, if you weren't watching earlier on, it was 3-1 at this point in the mini session, could have been 2-all. Then 5-3 at the end of the afternoon session, could have been 4-all. That one right there could once again have been, what would it have been? 6-4, whichever it would have been. It's now 6-all. Incredible.
Yeah, and we was looking to see who's going to blink first in this match, and Judd may have just blinked. Mark's clicked that Judd isn't quite at the races this evening anyway, you know, to come out. He's made a few mistakes, Judd Trump, and now Mark's digging his heels in. He felt that was a big opportunity to maybe get a foothold, just let Judd know that he's there, and he certainly knows he's there now.
So is Judd dipping because his performance has just generally slightly decreased, or is Mark putting him under the cosh? He knows Mark's going to punish him?
Possibly a little bit of both, I would say. Judd's level has certainly dropped. You have to look at the score sheet. Mark's done all the heavy scoring. You know, we're so used to seeing Judd do the heavy scoring, but Mark is putting him under pressure. You know, he's one of the best ever at that type of game. I wonder how much of yesterday's semi-final has taken out of Judd as well. You know, we saw that was a marathon.
Great point.
Not even mentioned that. Mark came through quite convincingly, considering.
Yes.
And maybe that's having an effect. I don't know. Look, it's level playing field now, 6-all. That Jack will be having a good word with Judd in the back. Mark's wife will be having a good word with Mark, and you know, it's just going to be a case of who wants it more now.
Absolutely, whatever Mark's done, and we have it under good authority. So a shower and a shave, and it has worked. Whatever it is, keep doing it, Mark Williams. But as for us here in Saudi Arabia, it's the first ever ranking event inside the kingdom. But it's safe to say the legacy of snooker is in safe hands.
Well, it's fantastic, you know, and Ministry of Sport have invited us down. It's great to see, you know, new talent coming through. I've been around forever, as you know. It's the old saying, you know, no one played tennis in Germany until Boris Becker won Wimbledon. These things got to start from somewhere, and as I said, I was the first to go to China with Barry Hearn and Steve Davis. No one was playing, and now there's over 200,000 snooker clubs.
We've been asked to come and play the younger players, and I think it's a great facility. And I think if young players are going to play more, they need places like this. So it's good to see them really enjoying it. I think at that stage, it's all about enjoying it, and you know, they seem to be loving it. So it's all good.
The local players here, I think when they see people like myself and other professional players here, I think they just try and learn as much as they can off you, like I did when I was younger, learning off people a lot older than me. And I think it's quite tough in places like this to see professional players, because obviously they haven't had many events here over the last couple of years, but I think now they're starting to have snooker here and all sports here, and I think before long Saudi Arabia will have a lot of events here in the World Snooker calendar.
The enthusiasm's there. You can see that at this stage, like they just play. The best advice is just to enjoy yourself. It just encourages them, you know, to see I can aspire to that. And I think with places like this, you know, players from around here can get better, maybe on the Pro Tour, and then that'll inspire more young people to play the game.
Well, the young pool talent in Saudi Arabia, of course, it's kind of new. They're trying to grow the game, but you know, it's all about numbers and facilities, and they have both, so a bright future for the kingdom.
when I was growing up, I didn't have any coaches or anyone to sort of like nurture over me. It was just literally, you know, just get the cue out the case, pop the balls and see what can happen. So the fact that, you know, the development in the sport of 9-ball and snooker, of course, you know, it's changed so much, and the fact that myself and Jeremy Jones are here this week for the Saudi Snooker Masters and we're helping the youth, you know, it can only mean big things.
All the kids need some type of a development. The clinics here this week, with me and Carl are doing, is going to give them something to look forward to. Hopefully some of the adults around here will take on a new role, having a little more knowledge about the game and maybe how to train. So, you know, you got to have goals, even though they're small at first, you got to have them.
You know, obviously we've been at the World Championships a couple of months ago. Now we're here for the Saudi Masters Snooker. You know, we've seen a few of these juniors before, but there's a few new faces, and I've been surprised actually how, you know, how much talent there is in Saudi. And not only just the juniors, but in general, you know, there's a lot of good players. We've seen him on the World 9-ball tour already, but you know, there's a few young juniors. There's a kid in the pool all there that we're calling him Baby Filler. You know, he plays just like Joshua Filler. So, you know, there's a lot of talent, not just in Saudi, but in general overall. So for the future of 9-ball, it's looking good.
Yeah, well said there from Carl and from James Warren White as well, as regards to the Saudi Billiards and Snooker Federation. One word, Steve: passion. They love it, and I think that could sow the seed possibly for future stars maybe.
Exactly, and that's what it's all about, you know, bringing Q sports to regions where they may not have ever had the opportunity to see or play against the best players in the world. We've seen a number of Saudi wildcards and other wildcards from the region here in this event. Zayed Al-Kabani, 14 years of age.
Yeah.
He's probably sat at home before watching these guys compete, wishing, I want to be like them, I want to be playing them. We've given them the opportunity this week, and it's about growing the game globally in those parts of the world.
And actually, if you do come in the front entrance of the Green Halls Arena, you'll see a very big mural of Zayed Al-Kabari. Superb talent. Hopefully, in 10 years' time, he can be competing here under his own steam. But as for the final, Steve, I love stats. So I've been taking a look at match points scored. So for Mark Williams, he's on 200 more than Judd Trump. So although frame score says 6 apiece, perhaps this has been brewing that although the frames say one thing, actually, like you say, he's been doing the heavy lifting, and maybe we've seen the culmination of that.
Yeah, and it's right, you know, Mark has been doing the heavy scoring. When he's been getting in, he's been killing the frames off better than Judd Trump has. But at the same time, a century break only wins you 1 frame. And Judd Trump has to cling on to the fact that that is the case. You know, he's a very good, strong match player now, Judd.
Yes.
He doesn't just win by scoring heavily. He's very tactically aware around a snooker table. That is a part of his game that is improved no end. And at 6 apiece, it just tees it up perfectly.
This is going to be a perfect final, by the way. We said we weren't sure how it was going to go. We said it could go all the way to the wire. It's looking like it's going to do just that.
Yeah, and, you know, Mark thrashed Judd in the Tour Championship last year. Judd gave him 1 back in Shanghai at the start of this season. Both unbelievable players going toe-to-toe. It's what it's all about.
Absolute. 1 apiece in the last 2 matches. They've played 6 apiece in this match they're currently playing, and it's the final of the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. This one is perfectly poised. Whatever you do, don't go anywhere, because this is going to be special.
Riyadh at night, it's a bustling city, a very busy place indeed, and of course inside this Green Halls Arena, things hotting up. Judd Trump 7, Mark Williams 7. Trump with his highest break of the day, 76. Williams has had 3 centuries. It's best of 19, so a possible 5 frames. Are we going to go the distance?
Judd Trump to break.
Big crowd in, 2 world-class players, and this is shaping up to be really a thrilling finish now. But it wasn't just the fact Trump won the frame, it's how he won it. Because it's been bits and pieces most of the day from him. That was more like it. We've seen all sorts flying in from distance from both players, Williams in particular, as he lines another one up. Yep, another one finds it. It's a bigger yellow if he takes it on. We see the pot again. Terrific. Red, but there's obviously safety in mind with that. There's not with this shot. Got to get it.
Oh, and he wanted that cue ball to drift past that blue. He knocked in a similar green a few frames ago to left middle pocket. which led to a century break. That good yellow is not going to lead to one.
Mark Williams 3. Didn't hit him. Foul and a miss.
Yeah, it wasn't a touching ball,
Trump 4.
and he didn't hit a red, so ergo it's a foul. Safety's so important though, isn't it? Because the long potting has been impressive. Trump finding the bulk cushion.
Yeah, but sometimes the baulk cushion just isn't enough when this man's at the table. We saw an outrageous red earlier on. He just floated in dead weight. He's come round to have a little look at the black. Yeah, weighed up his options there. They felt there was no value in taking that on.
Remember, this is Trump's third tournament of the season and his third final, so that speaks for itself. He won the Shanghai Masters pretty comprehensively, actually. Beat O'Sullivan, beat Williams along the way. Sean Murphy 11-5 in the final. Just recently in Xi'an, China, he lost a very close final, 10-8 to Karen Wilson. Just one of those matches, you know, you couldn't really stick your neck out, could you, and say what's going to happen, because they're both accomplished winners. It's not like there's a massive favourite.
Thanks.
And they both had very similar routes to the final as well. Mentioned their opening games, but then since then have been relatively untested. But for that game against Sean Murphy yesterday for Judd Trump, that could have gone either way in the end. It just felt like the stars were perhaps aligning for these two to meet, to contest this title. Where's this red going?
So close to dropping in, just clinging on, isn't it?
One.
Well, he can't believe that the cue ball has ended up there. Played to pot it thinner to allow to get out of that corner. Sometimes when you play at that sort of pace, it can almost reverse the top spin and sort of hold the cue ball. Not to be, though. Bit of a missed opportunity there, in all fairness. Pretty much land the cue ball anywhere on the table in open play and have a shot at something.
Yellow ball. Judd Trump 1.
cue ball just catching the jaws there did him a favour, Trump. Could have come back towards the Reds. All these little moments, all these little nudges and just little flicks and so on can make a massive difference.
Yeah, and you can bet your bottom dollar that they're both clocking up these little rubs, particularly when there's an extra 300 large on this match.
Want a re-rack? Yeah.
Well, they've decided on a re-rack. We had one earlier in the afternoon session, and we've got one in this frame. So just 2 points in it, and Olivier Martial is going to set them up again. 7-all in the final, best of 19. It's fascinating matchup this. Obviously they're different generations, but they're similar players in a way. Both great shot makers, obviously both left-handed, multi-champions. Trump would have watched Williams growing up. Of course, he's gone past him in terms of ranking titles, but it's always an interesting matchup. 12-6 to Trump on the head-to-head. Interestingly, they played 5 deciders. Worth saying, Trump's won 4 of them. Will we need another one this evening?
And we've not had a deciding frame in a ranking event for so long, have we? So it could really be the icing on the top.
January 2023 it was. Trump was involved. He lost 10-9 to Mark Allen at the World Grand Prix. Yeah, I mean, it would be a fitting end, wouldn't it, to this event, and it would be a frame for 300,000, as you say. Anyway, we'll see whether we get there, but for now, frame 15 has been re-racked. 7 each. Here we go.
Thanks. Frame 15, Judd Trump to break.
Quite like to see that from both players when that frame was going absolutely nowhere really. Ball's very awkward. Neither player wants to get bogged down. Another superb long red from Willow. He has definitely found his game from range. He mentioned last night about his eyesight and that he's just picking right. He's seeing 3. Seeing 3 balls when he gets down to the long ones. Well, he's picking well so far.
6.
I wish I could see 3 if it meant knocking them in like that.
Seven.
Come too far for the black, but he is on the pink. It's about nerve, isn't it, really, at this point? And he's got bags of that, of course. As Olivier Martial, the referee, just asked for a moment to put the pink into line. Williams just going back to his chair while he does that. With the spots occupied, it's got to be as close to its spot as it will go, in a line with the spots.
Thank you. 13. 14.
Now, if he gets rid of this red and finds a nice angle on the black,
21.
he's got a free shot to get into the pack of reds.
22.
Yeah, that's okay. With that loose red being detached now, we can go into them. He's got options here. He can either go into them now or leave the angle on the red go up for the blue and then into them. I think that's what he's decided. Again, he played the percentage there felt that
29.
Going into the pack, he might have had to play it with a bit of pace. Could have potentially lost the cue ball.
30.
The odds are definitely in his favour now. If he gets this one shot right, straight into the heart of that red, right at the top. Well, he's gone the delicate approach into the left side, and now he's hoping he's on one.
35.
Well, it's been a little bit of a theme
Mark Williams,
this
35.
week. Mark not going full-blooded into the pack. He's been trying to chip them out. That time, I bet he wished he had have gone into them with a little bit more pace. Just try and get them moving.
Well, it's already edgy. Imagine if it does go 9 each. Nearly fluked that red. Well, massively overcuts the brown.
Mark Williams, 1.
Well, it looked almost impossible to overcut that brown from where it was. I mean, the red was good enough. A thin clip of the highest order. How's he overclipped that brown?
Thank you. 1.
Well, Judd Trump can't believe how well he's hit that one.
Yeah, we've seen a few frames like this, haven't we, where players are kind of making it hard for themselves. It's humbling in a way because so often they make the game look ridiculously easy. We know it's not.
Green ball.
So just settling for the snooker here.
Judd Trump, 1.
I think at this stage, sort of every frame feels like a decider until we actually get to 9 each when it will be one.
Now, does Mark maybe have the chance to play a thicker safety, try and get somewhere up behind green or yellow? Well, he didn't get behind the green, but he's got second prize there, leaving that cue ball on top of it. Quite awkward cueing for Judd Trump now. Well, he might come round and just have a little look at the two reds beneath the pink spot. Maybe close to planting towards that red nearest the left corner pocket. Because that's his priority here, Mark. He wants to try and cover that red over the left corner. Might just have a look to see if he can plant them onto the red to potentially move that red out of the way. If not, he has got a thin edge available. But again, the priority has to be cover that red.
They were always going to be moving. He worked to get the cue ball back. But there's a red near the pocket. It's got nervy again though, hasn't it? We've had a few frames with breaks, but we've also had a lot of frames like this, quite disjointed. Just raising the stakes.
One.
Brown's actually cuttable here to the middle. You'd think he's got to land on a red, surely, where they are just so spread far and wide. Surely he would land on a red here.
Famous last words, Dave.
5.
Oh, this red just about cuts, I think. Got red to middle as well. Yeah, that's a good pot. There was pressure on that.
6.
Because of how the reds are spread, so now one good positional shot, which should be straightforward for Judd Trump. 2 cushions out for the red nearest the blue.
It's all about control now. We saw that lovely tribute in the interval this afternoon to the late, great Ray Reardon, and he said something once. He said
10.
he played snooker a long time before he realised that although there were 22 balls on the table, the only one that really mattered was the white. If you can control that, that unlocks the whole game. Try and keep things as simple as possible. It looks easy, this, but the white can get into awkward areas if you're not keeping control. But if you can just stay nicely in here, then it should be 8-7 to Trump, you would feel.
This is where mentality and composure plays such a big part of snooker. If this was 0-0, Judd just cracks on with it and mops these up with ease, but 7 each in a major ranking final. Yes, 16. The balls are still perfect. He's just got to try and just not get in the way of himself here, Judd. Keep it as simple as possible, not look for problems. Under pressure, that can be the hardest thing in the world at times. To not look for problems.
It
was a bold shot that Mark Williams elected to play. Felt he had no other option but to try and pot his way out of trouble. Can't blame him for that. He's trying to win at the end of the day.
30. $31. $38. $39.
So many shifts in momentum in this match. It's been thrilling viewing. It's not been the highest quality all the way through. It doesn't have to be exciting. We've had, of course, some big breaks, particularly from Williams. But from now on in, you can't turn your eyes away from it as we get closer to the winning line. Judd Trump hoping to get over the winning line in this frame at this visit. Oh, that just wriggled in. That was a nervy one.
47.
Yeah, I felt that one. I twitched as he hit that. But he's managed to recover nicely, Judd Trump. That brown was a little more difficult than it should have been. He's back perfect again now. Just needs to steady himself. Yellow, green and brown required. And it was never going to be straightforward.
53.
Now decision time. Do you try and nip into this and just play the brown from a little further away than you would have liked, or do you go around 3 cushions? Well, he's gone direct off one. He's got a little bit too much check on the cue ball.
56.
Oh, how do you like this?
Well, you don't, do you? Is the answer. The brown is frame ball, but look, just look where he's left it. The cue ball.
It was just never going to be plain sailing.
Brilliant. Brilliant shot from Trump. He could put everything into the pot because he needed the brown to get 25 in front, 18 on. So Mark Williams needs 2 snookers. He was nearly in one there, but he's okay. He can actually pot this blue. And it's going in, I think. Yeah. Well, every credit. This has been a great visit. His will to win, Judd Trump, cannot be doubted. He's not played at the top of his game today, but as the pink flies off the table, Judd Trump moves in front. A seesaw battle here in Riyadh. Mark Williams is looking at the scoreboard.
Mark Williams, 6.
24 in it, so 2 snookers. That was a bit of a rush of blood, wasn't it? But it's 2 snookers needed. Williams just checking that.
Is the cue ball gone? In the pocket? Didn't see it.
I think
No.
Olivia, Mark Williams before now has sort of put that in his own pocket, but not on this occasion. As you went in, I think Olivia was looking for the pink sort of behind Judd's chair. He didn't realise. Anyway, 2 snookers needed. Very rare you would see a frame 1 like this, but let's see. What about that brown though, Stephen? I mean, you know, in any stage of any match that would have been a tough shot, but at this stage in a big final.
Just a wonderful pot, an unbelievable pot, really. You know,
foul.
Similar to that one.
2.6.
Yeah, it was a tall order to get the snookers. He hasn't got them, and it is Judd Trump who goes back in front. What a thrilling final this is. He leads Mark Williams 8-7.
Made 2 centuries in that
29.
match against him as well, Judd Trump at 17. And here they are, contesting this huge
30.
event in Riyadh. First ever ranking tournament here in Saudi Arabia. It's been a brilliant success this week. It really has. And it looks like this match is going to go all
35.
the distance.
Certainly has that feel about it.
$36.
Williams, though, is a master, isn't he, at potting these tough balls at the start of breaks to just get himself in. And today, of course, he's been staying in 3 centuries already, 77 as well. It's not worked out, though.
43.
Having a little chunter about it, because if he gets on a red there, it's probably 8-all. He's already got a good lead.
And you know, I mentioned earlier about the players clicking on and noticing the bad run. Mark there gesticulating the number 4. 4 times I've been into the pack and 4 times I've not landed. Snooker players don't forget them type of things. In all fairness, it was a very tough pack to go into, particularly from the black as he was. It would have been a brilliant shot to have landed on a red. He'll chalk that one up. That will be in his mental notepad as he goes back to his seat. If he wins this match, that will be discarded quickly.
Thank you.
Oh, he's caught that red very thin. Well, he's been a bit fortunate, I think. Could easily have left Trump bang in there. Still chuntering. This is the thing with Williams. I mean, he is genuinely a laid-back character away from the table, but at the table, he's a fierce, fierce competitor. And he'll be loving being at the heat of battle here as well. Well, in fact, you could see the pot here. Terrific pot as well. First glance looked like Williams had got away with it. He didn't. Hence, I guess, some of that chuntering. Still saying 4 times. Going into them, not getting on one.
And you can feel his pain as well, because he played a couple of brilliant shots to go into the reds. How he's not landed on one nicer, I have got no idea. And this is where this game can be so crippling, when you've had chances and the balls just haven't worked out in your favour. And then a few shots later, you're watching your opponent at the table with the chance that could have been yours. 9. Not just any opponent, by the way. This dominating world #1 that is Judd Trump.
Yeah, not every tournament, of course, carries the
16.
same ranking points. But if they did, Trump would be #1 by some distance, wouldn't he? The tournaments he's won 5 ranking events last season. 2nd ranking final this season. It's going to the jaw and staying out. Wow.
Judd Trump 16.
Well, he wasn't comfortable on that one, Judd Trump. You could see he was just at a bit of a stretch there. He obviously felt he was comfortable enough to play the shot. What a time to make a mistake like that now. Mark Williams, all of a sudden, those 4 times into the pack mean nothing. This is your chance to get back into the match. Level things up once again.
Eight.
Oh, it's been full of twists and turns all day, this game. And you still cannot pick a winner.
9. $16. 17.
So the black will put in 51 in front. 1 more red needed in addition to make it 8 apiece.
Possibly got red to middle that he can lay up to here if he's a little straight on this black. Just take his medicine. And now just pop the red. Well, he would have liked to have been slightly straighter on it.
24.
Sort of landed in between corner and middle now. He goes for this in the middle. The cue ball is going into the pink. So this basically has to go in, this red. Because he'll be opening everything up for Judd should it not go in. That's why we may see him take it to the corner instead to avoid that.
If there's a big shot to play, he won't back away, and invariably he'll get it. And there's another one. That's frame ball. 8 all. Possible 3 frames left of this engrossing final here in Riyadh.
32.
Between 2 great players. It really is punch and counter punch
33.
now. The odd shot making a difference. The misread from Trump in this frame for him was key, obviously.
And again, just underlining Mark's brilliant awareness out there in the arena. Realised that taking that red to middle, although it was probably the easier pot, had he missed it,
40.
could potentially have lost the frame. Played the percentage shot, fully committed, and knocked it in just
41.
as he always does.
$48. 49.
Well, we said when they came back at the interval that Judd Trump would have to start making breaks. He has made a couple, but Mark Williams, he's not going anywhere. This whole event, remember we came out with 144 players. This whole event could yet come down to a decider. As it is, there's only a possible 3 frames left. Judd Trump and Mark Williams cannot be split. It's 8 apiece.
No rush.
There's the trophy. Welcome to the £300,000 frame. That's the difference between winning and losing this frame. But that trophy as well, of course, and the prestige of winning snooker's 4th major, the newest event on the calendar. Whoever is runner-up, they've played their part in a magnificent contest. They're getting good applause here ahead of the decider. Mark Williams and Judd Trump, there's going to be a handshake.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was a final that had just about everything. 6 all, 7 all, 8 all, 9 all, and a final frame decider. Would you please put your hands together for both of our fantastic finalists? Mark, I'll come to yourself first, and something that our commentator Dave Hendon referenced, the late, great Ray Reardon. We saw a fantastic film about him, and that performance there was befitting of that man. You battled all the way to the wire. You gave absolutely everything. You even had a shave at half-time.
Yeah, and a haircut. No, it was a fantastic game. We didn't play really well, to be honest, from the start, but towards the end, it was really good. And, you know, I nearly had a good break in the last. It was a rare I fancied getting on 62, but it wasn't, you know, as if I twitched or anything. It did good. I thought he was in, but, you know, it just shows what a champion he is, what a break he's made in the last frame there. For £500,000. 62 behind, 2 red safe. What can you say? Congratulations to him.
Well said, Mark. £200,000 for yourself. I've spoken to your wife. You can have the Hummer.
100,000 goes to her, I think. 100,000 of the tax man, 100 to her.
And Mark, just finally, how much pride can you take in that performance? Because you've mentioned to us, at 50 years old, you want to be in the top 16 in the world. You've cemented that and then some.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't play really good all week, to be honest. So I'm a trier. I was sticking it all day and try my best. And, you know, I've got the final, 9 all, and I was 62 in front. And by Nats, I can't say it, Whisker, you know, I nearly won it. But what can I say? I didn't really do anything wrong. Towards the end of that match, it's probably the best the both of us have played. And, you know, I mean, just playing in this arena, I mean, what an arena, what a practice facility, you know, what a place.
Well said, ladies and gentlemen. Give it up for our runner-up, Mark Williams. And now to our winner, Judd Trump. How about this for a title? Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters, the inaugural champion.
Yeah, I'm in shock. I struggle. Mark was much the better player. It's easy to say this now, and a lot of people say it, but his long putting, I've never ever seen anyone putt like that over that distance. Every single shot went in. It was unbelievable. and he was making breaks when no other table was playing tricky. And I mean, I don't deserve to win, but it's not going to mean anything to him. But he was the much better player. I just found something at the end.
You are in a purple patch that very few players have ever achieved. 5 ranking titles last season, 2 already this season, 3 ranking titles. How does it feel to be you right now?
It's special. It's nice playing coming to these places, and I'm glad there's a packed crowd for the end of the final. They got to see that. I think every single player is enjoyed this week, the hospitality, everything. So I think it was. It's easy for me to say, but it was a kind of a final befitting of what's happened this weekend. But I think down the line, if it keeps improving, this is going to be one of the real special tournaments. So thank you for everyone for coming today and making us feel special.
Can we just cast our minds back to the start of this tournament for yourself? When you first came and played with Riyadh, you've bookended your tournament with final frame deciders. You were 4-0 down, 1 frame away from going out in your first match, yet here we are, bonkers.
Yeah, I was 4-0 down. I was playing all 4. I was looking at flights home. So, I mean, it's a pretty good turnaround from where I was. And yeah, I mean, this is so special to win. When you're not playing your best, I think, as I said before, Mark was the better player, but I just managed to, I stopped breathing for the last 5 minutes of that frame, but I managed to get over the line.
Question about how you felt when that black went in, because you reacted in a way that I haven't seen you react for many, many tournaments. This means a lot.
Yeah, I'm normally someone that's quite calm. I don't show too much emotion, but it was one of those instances where my fist had a mind of his own. So I normally try to be as calm as possible, but I mean, under that pressure, I think I always see a lot of people doubt me under pressure, under the utmost pressure. So it was just nice to prove to everyone that I can do it.
Absolutely, Ryan. Just final question, final statement, final commendation has to go to a man backstage in the practice room who watches every ball that you play in every tournament, Judd Trump, your brother. His blood pressure must be through the roof right now. Should we say a big thank you to him?
Yeah, I mean, he always manages to keep motivating me even when I'm not playing well. So I don't even want to imagine what he was going through back there. But yeah, he's been a massive help, and obviously my family as well as at home, girlfriend, everyone that's helped me put me in this position.
Whatever you're doing, it's working. Ladies and gentlemen, Riyadh, Saudi Arabia, can you give it up for our Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters champion, Judd Trump?
Well, here we go. It's now time for the official trophy presentation for the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters. Please give a warm welcome to your presentation party, the chairman of WST, Steve Dawson, and from the Saudi Billiards and Snooker Federation, the president, Dr. Nasser Saab Al-Shamari. So now it's time to present your runner-up with their medal. The winner of £200,000 and the inaugural 2024 Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters runner-up. Let's hear it for the Welsh spotting machine, Mark Williams.
Stephen Holworth, what a performance that was.
Radzi, I'm lost for words. I'm absolutely gone. What a match that was. One of, if not the best matches I've ever seen. That deciding frame really was something else. For that man there, Judd Trump, to stand up and do what he's just done on this, the biggest stage, in the biggest tournament of the season so far, unbelievable, otherworldly.
That really is exactly what it was. It was a final that we didn't know, we couldn't predict. As you said at the top of this tournament, two of the greatest left-hand players of all time doing the business, and boy did it deliver. It had just about everything, short of a 147. Instead it had a 138. It had tons, it had nervy moments, it had excellence, and now it's got a brand new champion. And by the way, that trophy's heavy.
Oh, you're right. It's just had absolutely everything, hasn't it? You know, a word for Mark Williams, because he's played his part in what has been a very, very memorable final. One that we'll never forget. Lovely scenes, that. Judd and Jack. What a word for Jack as well.
Absolutely. That's why I had to mention him. I mean, a man who's probably gone through the mill more so than Judd, especially in the course of the last couple of hours. 6 or 7 or 8 or you're thinking, surely not. Final frame decider. If you were organising this event, that is a dream situation.
And it was a fitting finish, wasn't it, to what has been a brilliant event here in Saudi Arabia. From start to finish, from the moment when we walked through the door, it felt big. It felt luxury, you know. Everyone has bent over backwards to get us to this point and look after the players, the media, every single person, and that was the final that they deserved.
It really was. And by the way, so much media here. Just absolutely terrific. I'm not sure if I've ever seen that much global media at a snooker event outside of the Triple Crowns. But another achievement for Judd Trump, if indeed there is anything more to achieve. 29 ranking titles he's now on. He's now bettered Steve Davis, which means there are only 3 players ahead of him in the all-time list. Ronnie O'Sullivan, John Higgins, Stephen Hendry, and the frightening part, he's 34 years old. He could have 15 years left.
When Judd was a young boy, he'd have dreamt about moments like this, doing what he's doing in the sport, you know, getting to where he has. It's what wild dreams are made of. You probably don't even believe it will ever happen, but his commitment, his dedication, his work ethic, his self-belief has got him to this point where he is the most dominant snooker player in the world, and justifiably so, because he's just another level to everyone else.
There's a will to win like no one else, where the more he wins, the more he believes he can win, the more he wants to win, and where does it go? When does it stop?
Well, even in that final frame, he's 62 points behind. A great contribution from Mark Williams up to that point. There's 2 reds safe, and he still believes he can win, Judd Trump. That is just mental. You know, how does he do it? I don't know.
Shall we talk about Mark Williams? Because obviously every final needs a dance partner, and Mark has start to finish. I mean, we spoke earlier on, it could have been 2-all, it could have been 4-all, and then eventually it was. His bottle, I know there was that shot that would have won in the frame or potentially won in the frame, but his bottle is second to none. His tenacity.
He's just different class, isn't he? You know, he's been an idol of mine personally for my whole life, ever since I got involved in the sport. And to see him still playing at this level at 49 years of age, you know, he says he's got his bits and bobs, his eyes, his back, this, that, the other. He's a serial winner, and that will have hurt, no doubt, but you could see just how gracious he was in defeat there. He knew that he was just up against someone in Judd Trump that just does not want to lose.
And he said he didn't feel like he played very well. I didn't want to say it to him there and then. I thought, you're wrong there. You played out of your skin. He's called the Welsh potting machine. He said, I haven't been a Welsh potting machine for about 20 years. Well, he certainly was there, because it was just superb.
Yeah, brilliant. I mean, some of the balls he's knocked in, particularly from underneath the baulk cushion, those long reds to get in, and then to bully your way into the frames like he did, to make those frame-winning contributions, and to really give it to Judd Trump. Judd Trump has said in his recent interviews that he needed to be tested. He doesn't like it easy. He did not have it easy today. He had to find the answers, and he did.
And also, in terms of Mark's potting, potting's one thing when you're flying. Potting under the cosh, potting when you have to middle them is just something else.
Yeah, and look, I can't even understand how they do it. You know, you watch these players, you're in awe of them, how they stand up when that pressure is on. Me and Dave was in bits sat in commentary. We was nearly falling off our chair in there. We was that under pressure watching it. You know, it's incredible, it's admirable, and I take my hat off to both players. You know, they thoroughly deserve to play out that final there. There could only be one winner, unfortunately, and again, it's Judd Trump.
Just in terms of this tournament, it's benefited, obviously, Judd, it's also benefited the likes of Scott Donaldson, the likes of Jimmy Robertson, the likes of thank you, Zhao Guodong. Yeah. This has now changed the complexion of the rankings.
Well, coming into the event, there was a lot of talk about it, you know, how big it potentially could be for the top players, but also at the bottom. I said right at the top of the show, at the start of the week, my eyes are going to be on the middle sort of section of the tour, because the money that was on offer and the ranking points available this week, it made it so exciting because it could change someone's career. Look at Si Jiahui. He's got when he got back onto the tour, within 2 years and 2 months, I think, he's got into the top 16 in the world. You know, he's going to be in a lot of events this season. We'll be seeing a lot more of him. And for everyone else that's done well here, every credit, because, you know, it's been such a big event.
The amazing thing of the snooker tour is there are a number of ranking events, an unprecedented number of them. The next one is the English Open. This geezer has got to jump on a plane, head back to Brentwood and get his cue out again.
I don't know how he's going to do it. You know, I might be tempted to sail off into the distance, but that's what he does. You know, he just wants to go from tournament to tournament, pick up as many trophies as he can, and who knows? You know, he holds the record for 6 trophies in a season. He won in Shanghai. He was runner-up in Xi'an. He's won here. Who's going to stop him?
Well, that's the big thing. Is so Mark Williams had said he'd probably put his cue down until Christmas. Judd Trump, you're thinking, with the flow that he's got, the winning ability that he's got, every tournament he enters, you make him favourite to win. And could he actually get 7 titles?
Well, yeah, he could. It's as simple as that. He could. He's that good, and he believes that he can do it, which is half the battle as well. You know, he's so far ahead on the world rankings at the moment that you basically can't even see him. He's that far up. He's way into the distance. He's guaranteed to be #1 for a long, long time. And
that properly meant everything. You could really see that. The one big question mark about Judd's CV, and his CV is one of the all-time greatest. Ranking titles, no question. Triple Crown titles is something he'd love more of.
Absolutely, and that is something he is going to have to win more of if he's going to challenge that conversation of the greatest of all time, you know, or one of the greatest of all time. Winning these big events is massive, looks great for your CV, but the Triple Crown events are what matter when it comes down to it, you know. But Judd Trump is going to win so many more of them in the coming years.
Where do we put this final? In that we need to sort of reflect on it and have a chance to digest it and wake up tomorrow morning. Because as far as a final goes, that felt like maybe not an all-time classic, but one of the best I've seen for quite a while.
It's one of the best I've seen ever, I think. You know, just the manner in which it unfolded. There was twists and turns. You couldn't quite predict what was going to happen. It literally was a toss of a coin. It could have gone either way. You know, Willow coming back, Judd coming back, and then that deciding frame. Willow was 1 ball away. He's a couple of mil away from landing $500,000. That's the margins we're playing with. But then for Judd Trump to step up and knock that red into that middle pocket like he did at that sort of pace, when if he misses that, he shakes his hand and it's all over. We're looking at images there. That would have been Mark Williams. They're the margins we're playing with. An unbelievable match. One of the best ever.
Well said, Stephen. And I think the party and the celebrations here will continue for quite some time, because we've got a star of snooker, and the frightening part is his star continues to rise. This has been a special tournament. So much expectation coming in. No one knew what to expect. In an unprecedented manner, it started with 144 players who all played in this very arena. Eventually, it came to a final of 2, and eventually there was only 1 winner, and that winner was the Saudi Arabia Snooker Masters 2024 champion, Judd Trump. Thank you very much for joining us, and we'll see you soon.
I like it.